folks. Just getting my YouTube chat set up, and then I'm going to start talking about stuff. All right, cool. So we've got Snapshotting Unearth on my Chaos Storm Blood Mage. Currently, you can see a bunch of my points are connected with these green lines, and some are connected with these red lines. A little easier to see on Max Rolls Planner. Let's go there real quick. See, some are red, some are green. What I'm doing is, whenever I cast Unearth, all of these green nodes become active. And when I switch back to my main weapon, all of these red nodes become active. This lets me grab all of these minion buffs and apply them to my Unearth. And when I switch back, those original buffs are kept. That's what snapshotting is. We don't refresh those buffs unless we, swap weapons, but we do that every time we cast Unearth, so those minions are, for all intents and purposes, snapshotted with all of this damage. Now, the reason we're running Unearth is actually not for their damage. It's to buff our Bonestorm. See, if we look at weapons. This Dark Defiler gives me 3% chaos damage per undead minion. With enough Unearth minions out, and about 10 regular minions, we get something like 103 to 110% bonus chaos damage added to our Bonestorm. On top of that, since everything is withered all of the time, it's like adding another 50% or 150, 170% bonus chaos damage to our Bonestorm. This makes it do really high damage. Now this DPS number for Bonestorm is deceptive. Remember that Scattershot kind of breaks the math and dramatically increases the DPS even though this number goes down. And Minion Pact isn't being calculated at all, but I assure you, it always works, seeing that we have over 30 minions, all with more health than our max life. So with all that calculated, this number should be like over 60,000. We are using Arcane Tempo because we're running low on cast speed. And we're using Unbreakable. Unbreakable is really important because we are using a Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter setup. This means we can't really get a lot of benefit from gaining our energy shield as stun threshold, as our base energy shield is only around 1700. And yes, we have energy shield in spite of having Eldritch Battery. This is because of this unique helmet that gives us 30% of our max life as energy shield. And thanks to this, and about 120% extra maximum energy shield, we get a pretty chunky energy shield on top of our health, which can get up to over 5200 HP, and our mana, which is treated as health. We're running a bunch of damage recoup as mana to keep our shields up, and we're running Grim Harvest, which is how we're also overflowing our life. I've also got Grim Harvest stacked in town, because when I cast Unearth on my own minions, we'll drop the Grim Harvest shards, which is quite handy. Alright, that being said, I want to go over one thing with Unearth. The reason I spec'd Unearth into doing damage, which, they do decent damage, 4,000, is I needed them to stop getting stuck on one white mob and not killing it. They need to kill it so that they can not despawn from being too far away from me. Alright, we're going to try this Delirium out, and not sure how well it's going to go. I don't do the best with time pressure in this game, and sometimes I panic and just suck. Alright. The first thing we're going to do is just get our our initial energy shield up. So that we can safely run into this Delirium and not worry about anything. I don't think Bonestorm is the best skill in the world. I'm using it because the power fantasy of it is fun. Oh, we're actually getting wrecked. Didn't use enough Corp Explosion, and all my minions died for a second, so that was rough. I wish there was a way to not have the Delirium effect going, because it makes it a little particularly hard for me. I have some visual acuity issues to see what's going on. There's also kind of a problem when I switch weapons to cast Unearth, that my power offering deletes itself, or soul offering, or whatever it's called. I forgot the final name of it is. Didn't find any yellows for a little bit. Cool.
No.
Alright, there's a quick Delirium map. That's what this build looks like. Did have Enfeeble on me. What are the full mods here? +2 monster level. They stole charges. A bunch of waste on drop chance. Alright. One thing to notice, this area of effect really helps to ensure good Unearth uptime.
Speak.
+1 charm slot worth. Not super a lot. Okay. Throw these back in. Back on my streams now. Clear my stuff. Actually working properly. Yep. Got 8 people there. And a couple people on Twitch. Alright. I guess I can enable music again so there's at least something in the background. Alright. The Delirium with no music was like really just weird. Need to fix my lightning resist. Probably what I'll do next. Let me just slam a lightning resist into my helmet. Do a cold into my boots. Alright, so now my resists are basically fixed. Try and put the chaos in my gloves or something. Oh. Thinking about dropping clerics, I only have enough skill slots to run either clerics or warriors. And I'm not currently running corpse conservation or meat recycling. So it might be easier to just run warriors, because the clerics will just fall behind and despawn a lot of the time, and the warriors probably just won't die. Fuck. I'm gonna try warriors real quick, even though I think not the play. %, quality one here that I can upgrade to 18. Let's see what happens here. The warriors. So now they're going to be in melee more. They're more likely to be available targets. Grab a gem. Alright, let's grab some stuff. Make this better. Burning Ground is a little bit rough. You want to try a boss? I've not tried a boss this build in a while. Let me see if I can find a good boss map. Tier 15. Try this one. Rare monsters have an additional map modifier. Cool. Monsters gonna break armor. Don't care. This looks fun. Let's go take this into the boss. It's gonna be a 15 with 295. Gonna get corrupted a second time when I get in. I'm gonna see how it works. Fortress is one of the maps where I'm likely to die just because I'm a dumbass. So. Alright, so I'm going to throw my Unearth into my pile of my own mobs, plus whatever corpses I can find. Now I've got my Unearth minions running around, cause some havoc. One of the major problems with this build is the health costs on Blood Mage are just astronomical right now. They need to, like, as you get to higher ranks of spells, the health costs just continue to scale up and up and up. Oh. What?
Splinters of bone.
I was getting so much lag I couldn't cast a spell. That was really weird. Oh, I see it. It's the shader lag.
Is my power to wield.
Tier 2 precursor tablet? That's a thing.
It's about time.
That might reconnect over there. when I weapon swap, even though it kills the
Rise.
orb, I actually keep my buff. Interesting.
Another corpse to serve me.
What hit me? Okay. I thought the fire was on the outside. Was not paying attention and I just died. Cool. Classic scribblet.
Indeed. Speak. Speak.
Well, only waste a good map on going there again. Told you Fortress is where I died the most due to just me being completely an idiot. I'll take this 13 and go there. I wonder if there's a way to disable whatever shader issue that is. Or graphic setting. Really tilts me.
I can do better. It's about time.
Okay. What's my VRAM usage? It's either at 4.6 gigabytes, in which case it wouldn't be very high,
Rise.
or it's at 48 gigabytes. It's more than I have. So seeing that the bar is full, I gotta restart in a second and see if that fixes whatever this is. there's like a memory leak or something. Maybe that is actually 4.6.
Another corpse to serve me.
Dude, I swear if I die, the next map I do is filled with like consolation stuff, seeing how many Exalteds I got from this run. Man, I'm not wanting to cast off Eye of Winter, because, like, my FPS just hiccups so much, it makes everything else feel like shit.
Mark of heresy. None can oppose me. Profane rune.
So, that real quick.
Take you. I think not.
Nobody cares. So I should have kept the blue. What? There's a waystone that matters. Great.
Feast on flesh.
Yo! What the howa?
No.
Oh, nice.
Go on.
Get rich.
Indeed. Yes. I'll be here. Speak. Go. What is it? Time is of the essence.
So, I've made a couple changes in Shana to this build. And I just want to run them by you. You have a sec? Oh. Alright, so I do think I might have to get meat recycling. That's 5 points that I have to off specs, which is doable, but currently my Bonestorm is at 54% and it's 60% with critical weakness. It should be maxed. So the big things is I dropped all the wither stuff I was doing last night. I tried going into increased wither, and I went up here and did blasphemy. So I had like super chaos, whatever, right? So I had the most chaos I could get out of Bonestorm. And I noticed that I wasn't doing more damage. And it's like, how was I'm using this scepter over a shield and I'm doing like the same damage. Like, what the fuck? Well, then I remembered all the videos about armor and armor stacking and like why armor is bad. And I'm like, wait a second. Bonestorm is 20 small hits, meaning armor is way more effective against Bonestorm than it like otherwise would be. So previously, before I went to the Chaos build, I was doing 100% armor shred, right? Well, with no armor shred on Bonestorm, because I was doing Chaos stuff, my effective damage was only going to be, it was already going to be like, 40% of my damage was going to be physical. But because I had no armor shred, instead of 40% being physical, it was like 10%. It completely dropped all of my physical damage off a cliff because of armor scaling. Because you need big enough of a hit to overmatch the armor. And part of the reason I went Chaos was that I could run Chaos on Unearth, and like Unearth minions, when I did 50% Chaos damage, or 25% more Chaos, and then this Chaos node, they were suddenly making things... Yeah. So Unearth, one of the reasons Unearth minions do, like, literally 0 damage... Oh, hold on, let me actually bring some out so you have good numbers. So Unearth minions, if this number is like 1,000 or 500, they won't even make white health mobs move, because the white mobs will have 90% damage reduction against them. Because they just don't hit hard enough to do anything. So you need to make them hit hard enough so that armor doesn't negate their damage even further. So they go from doing, like... So adding, like, 50% more damage on Unearth minions is, like, doubling their damage because it then overmatches armor. So... The reason I considered all this stuff regarding Unearth was A, it's cool and thematic, and B, one of the major problems I was having is, like, I'd be running across a space, and some random mob, like a little bat, would spawn and start attacking my Unearth minions, and all my Unearth minions would stop and attack it, and I would have to go back and manually clear it, or if I kept running forward, my Unearth minions would just despawn. So in order to prevent my Unearth minions from despawning, I had to give them damage. Otherwise, they just... It was... You know, I don't think you can run the Dark Defiler without having Unearth minions do damage. Like, it's just bad. Like, it's real bad. Alright, so now we got that going. I looked into how much damage I can make them do, and so I got a bunch of crit here, got some more crit here, so they have like a... Force move doesn't really work. If you're force moving them and you're too far away, they'll just pick the target they were already at. They'll be like, oh, that's too far, I'm just going to go back to my target. Like, force move will work if you're telling them to go from here, like, if they're fighting here, you can force move, and they'll ignore targets for about this much of range. But even if you're, like, spamming it, like, they will try to go back repeatedly, and it really sucks. Alright. Yeah, you'd have to, like, literally, like, do this. Anyways. I have a bunch. I should make a video on fixing minions. Like, this should be... Your minions should always have, like, 135% speed. Whatever the max speed you can get as a player, that is the baseline speed of minions. And they should get further speed whenever they're moving towards your character model. Like, progressively more. Like, so that way... Because when you start moving, like, if I'm here, I start moving left, they're starting behind me. So they need extra move speed to catch up. And once they get their back to you and they're moving, they should have a drop off and, like, up to about here, you know, like 2 or 3 character lengths in front of me, then they should have the move speed fall off. So that's like the first thing they should do, is just this node should just be removed from the game. It's bad for the health. Alright, so some other things is I realized that, like, some of these early mana regen nodes I didn't really need. This mana node is nice, don't get me wrong. But, like, these early energy shield nodes, these two here, kind of eh. And I couldn't get my... I didn't really want to invest a ton into minion damage, but I needed about 100% minion damage. And these nodes on the left side of the tree are really good because they give player and minion damage per node, so they're actually, like, double the value of, you know, a node up here. This is 12%. It's higher than normal. Here. Okay, 10% damage, right? Or I could lose 2% minion damage to also get spell damage. So these are all really good. These energy shield nodes, I was only getting this energy shield node and this mana node anyways. So this is how I progress. It lets me grab extra duration here, which is nice. A little bit extra crit for me. That was, like, one big change that, like, doubled my minions' damage. And once I dropped all this and went back to Armor Shred, it just made sense to use my red nodes to come over here and grab all this. I also dropped out these mana nodes. I don't really need them. In part because I'm getting extra mana nodes here when I grab this energy shield. And these mana nodes here. So I knew I had too much mana regen. And I'm getting Arcane Surge. You can just do Sekemahs twice. Sekemahs is really easy to do twice. You don't have to do Trial of Chaos. Speaking of which, I should probably go try Trial of Chaos again. That's what I'm going to do next. Oh! The last part of Sekemahs? Oh yeah, I haven't done a Pinnacle Boss yet. I haven't even seen the quests here are still here. I haven't had enough map exploration to see something, and recently what I did is I went and cleared all the crappy maps so that I could double up stuff. And it was really annoying, but now all my stuff is doubled. So like this boss is it's a boss and an irradiated. So I cleared this map, which had nothing on it. I cleared this map that had nothing on it. It was like really just a fucking grind. So that when I irradiated, it would hit stuff that was already a Delirium. It was already a boss. Speaking of which, I'm probably gonna go do that in a second. I am having some amount of trouble with mana regen right now, because Unearth is just so expensive. Not health, with health regen. They need to cut the cost of Sanguimancy in half, at least. Like, the life cost needs to be halved. Like, not only do you need it early game, you also need it late game, because when you cast a rank 30 spell, it just fucking kills you. Like, the fact that someone was talking about they're casting a spell with Archmage that costs like 1500 health, and it's just like, what the fuck? There's no way to scale Life Remnants. If Life Remnants scaled based off of your max life, this might not be a problem, right? But this is like flat. And there's no sockets. Yeah, it's super dumb. The fact that like anyone else could just take Bonestorm, right? They could just run straight damage in Bonestorm, but I have to not run too much damage or I just die. It's because I have to rely on life remnants. Now, if they just made it so like leech or something, if they just swapped Sanguimancy with the life remnants, or just removed Sanguimancy, I don't think anyone would have complained. If they got rid of Sanguimancy and just put leech here and lets leech overflow automatically, literally nobody would complain. Oh, it's gonna make the game less balanced. Well, at least my ascendancy does something. So, also life remnants. This needs to be every 1 second, not every 2 seconds. So not only does this need to scale, this needs to not have a 2-second cooldown. A cooldown makes sense because you could proc it like 800,000 times, but on a boss fight, this needs to be every 1 second. Oh yeah, dude, if we had to use DD on like a high-level spell, we'd be dead. We'd just die. Alright, I want to see if I can drop more green. Dude, I've spent like over $1 million. Probably spent like almost 2 million fucking around these respecs. Pretty bad out here. So I went duration up here because offering duration is really nice, but I think I just have to not. I'm gonna go back here. That. Where's a green I can take out? I don't see a green I can take out. That's unfortunate.
Another strategy.
Yes?
How can I?
Yes?
Cool. I'll do that.
Time to check.
Go on.
Alright, so now that I have some corpse not destroy, go our clerics again. So clerics were less useful when I'd cast Unearth and they'd all die. But now that some of them will live, they'll res, and then I can cast another Unearth. And they'll res, and it's going to be faster to quickly stack Unearth. Yeah, dude. Well, I feel like my build wouldn't care too much about ES nerf, the Grim Feast. It is nice. Okay, so this is like a super rippy... Oh, it's a 14. Fuck, dude. Well, I'm gonna do it here. Made it so good I corrupted it, and then it was minus level. Whoops.
Just another stumbling corpse.
Splinters of bone.
Can I get some density, please? I'm gonna run out of timer on this. Yeah, dude. Like, where the fuck is the density? Also, I forgot to restart because I think I'm just getting huge lag. I have to stop. And these tight corners are just fucking my shit up. I think I have to go back to using inspiration on something. I'm just not staying at overflow health, and that's super risky. I think I gotta change my atlas to have more pack size. Like number of packs. So that I can do Delirium. Like, if you just don't have enough pack size, there's just not enough density.
Splinters of bone!
But I'm like one-shotting everything in this 14.
How
I'm gonna go take a trial of chaos after this. This was disappointing. Could have just been a bad map. Like, look how big this map is. I think there's a period of gameplay where I feel like my Unearth minions killed it there. Pretty good.
I have to destroy beauty!
It's still not showing me where the last mob is. Oh, did it? Yeah, this was just a bad map. Ugh.
How useful.
We move. Oh my god, look at this. This one little minion. It's so thin. Okay. I guess you just can't cross. Never mind. I thought I was getting stuck with my own minion.
Death is my power to wield. No. Splinters of bone. I need more mana. No.
Yeah, this, I'm gonna restart my game to see if it fixes,
Speak.
the lag I've been getting. It's been like every map. Restarting real quick. Also, thank you all for joining me. Do you think I need to say hi to my family in a second? Okay, so got 2.5 gigs of RAM usage. Yes, 2.7. So it wasn't 48 gigs. I've definitely been getting like graphics issues. Been getting worse. But like, yeah, no lag on these right now. You know, I could add mobility on Eye of Winter and it would probably feel pretty good. That's my next slot for Eye of Winter, to give it mobility.
Yes? Go.
Alright. I've got family I need to go check on before they leave town.
Speak.
I'll probably be back real quick. I'm gonna grab a quick snack, talk to them. Keyword probably. Might get mom aggro, and you know, take some time.
Time is of the essence.
For some reason, I thought you could only have 4 mods on maps. I think you can have 6. So maybe I gotta start Valorbing or not Valor, exalting more of these maps. Let me make this quick. 15. How crazy can I make this map? Alright, what is... This sounds amazing. Yeah, that's the map we're looking for. Watch it corrupt when I go into the portal and it drops like all the mods or something. This is a nice and rippy map. We're going to combine it with our Atlas Corrupted Infusion. Alright, I will be back. I need to unmute my mic. Alright, they're not really up yet, so I'm going to eat this clementine and then do a run of this map. I think after they get up and I get to say hi, bye, whatever. Everyone leaves for going out of town. Oh, Trial of Chaos. Like, I should have good boss damage. I haven't really done that many bosses in a while, so I need to see if my Unearth minions will stay up, and if I can replenish my Unearth minions mid-boss fight. I might need to run Corpse Conservation on my Unearth minions, but then they'll get like way less damage. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Will they have enough damage? Question. Take off. Okay, so martial tempo doesn't lower their doesn't increase their ability to overmatch armor. So dropping this is probably the best thing. Because dropping like a 35% damage would actually lower their damage by like 50% or something like that. Because then they wouldn't overmatch armor. Overpenetrate. And there's probably a better term than overpenetrate, but like that's the term for tank shells. Doing it, so I guess it's gonna work for now. Alright, tank shell into angled armor. It'll have a chance of ricocheting off. Unless the tank shell is so much bigger than the armor that it doesn't really see it and goes right through it. Alright, so this one, this Seepit, this is a good map for a boss. Let's see, what is it? It's Decay. Alright.
Splinters of bone.
So look, my clerics are staying so far back because there's always like a minion taking some amount of damage that they just despawn a lot. And that's a problem. Oh my god. I swear something changed in the last 2 days, and the lag in this game is way worse. Maybe there was like an AMD driver update or something, but it's pretty bad.
How useful. I
all my minions despawned again because they don't move. They have unlimited range on their heal. I think that's one of the problems. And they don't have to respect line of sight. My first waystone from this thing. Also, clerics have another major problem. If the cleric didn't see the mob die, it won't res it. So the death of the mob is what lets the cleric do its thing. But my minions are not really doing much to this. I'll try to get my minions back. That's a problem. Well, that's unfortunate. So, beating Frenzy, they were dying too quick. But now they're going to have issues penetrating armor. And their damage was unfortunately not enough to matter versus the boss. It was making it move, but I think I have to give up on that dream for now.
Yes.
Morning, darkness.
Go. Hello. Time is not on our side.
So even with Feeding Frenzy, this did nothing to bosses. And they still were not tanky enough. Guess I'll throw Meat Shield on them and call it a day. Clerics are having issues just sticking with me. So this build might be dead. That's sad. Try this boss. Actually, I need to run Inspiration. Again. Now they're gonna do no damage. Try that again. That's pretty rippy. This will be a pretty rippy map. Well. Did they still do anything versus white mobs?
Splinters of bone.
Dude, why? Yeah, they hit pretty hard. This one. Taking like a ton of extra damage. I might have to just weapon swap to get my stuff to move up. Unfortunate. Darkness, did you see what I was doing yesterday with Snapshotting on Earth? Well, basically, Darkness, what I've been doing is I've been using my second weapon slot. See all these green connected nodes? And these green connected nodes? These green connected nodes? Basically, whenever I swap to my secondary weapon, whenever I press on Earth, it swaps to my second weapon slot and summons a bunch of minions. And then when I swap back, they keep all of their like bonus damage. Bonus area of effect. And since they're temporary minions, and not Spirit Reservation minions, they snapshot.
Rise.
And That's like death if I just stand there. I'll show you how to do that in a second. Let me just kill all this stuff. Alright, so the way you use these points is you have to have some points available, like, you know, extra skill points, so uninvest some skill points so that you have them pop up here. And then you click weapon set 1 or weapon set 2 up here in the top right. And that's how you assign these points. So if you have up to 24 points unassigned, you can then assign them. The interface, it takes a little while to understand. And so, because I have all these assigned in green, right? These are my minion stuff. I then have all my Bonestorm stuff assigned in red. And it works out. All item drop converted to gold. Yeah, let's not do that. Alright.
You there, local, come here.
That's super rip. 75% damage is that. Cold resist is annoying. Quantity is good.
Oh, I always love a good risk.
This is really bad. The detonation. I just didn't want to die.
More mana. Now.
I need to make this stuff off my screen. Fuck. Okay, that sucked. Maybe doing this in the testing the Trial of Chaos will make certain things easier. What the fuck hit me for all of my HP? Hey, Karkiti. Not the best. A little bit, dead from all the holiday spirit, you know? My disability's starting to act up a little bit, so, I had a video idea I wanted to maybe work on, and I was like, nope, can't do that. Gotta just, make things a little easy. I think I found a build that almost works. And I pushed it as far as it can go. But I don't think it's gonna have a future until they fix certain problematic minion things. So like
Now.
the fact that you can snapshot on Earth offers a lot of potential, but there is too high of a tax on Unearth to make it useful. Unearth costs too much mana, and more importantly, to a Blood Mage, costs too much health.
I think no.
And then, to make Unearth useful, you have to run, to save yourself mana, further, you need them to make the duration longer. I mean, a lot of this is general minion stuff. So, issues with Unearth are you have to run persistence, or you use too much mana. More importantly, as a Blood Mage, you use too much health. So, I wouldn't really have to run persistence necessarily if I didn't have fucking Sanguimancy being the worst thing in the world. So I'm running both persistence and inspiration just to lower the mana cost of Unearth. And then once you do that, you don't have any way of making Unearth do damage. I'm also running Corpse Conservation because of similar reasons. So when I ran straight damage on Unearth, I could get their basic attack damage. Their basic DPS per minion over 6,000. Right? So this was like 6,000-7,000. But you just can't do that. Or you'll just die. And I was using Unearth because I was trying to see how much value I could get out of the Dark Defiler. This is how I was getting a bunch of bonus chaos damage. And it was working out pretty well. But where it also becomes a general minion issue is the whole reason
Time is of the essence.
I had to consider buffing. Yeah, early game and late game, Sanguimancy is untenable. Mid game, there's a point where you can sort of make it work, but you have to give up damage just for lowering your cost at every turn. Edwin, that wouldn't fix the problem at all. Unless they make recoup also able to overflow, or all health can overflow. The thing about Sanguimancy, this thing, is it only has one option to overflow your health. And that's Life Remnants. And Life Remnants are hard gated. There is no way to scale Life Remnants. So if Life Remnants scaled with a percentage of your maximum life, we might be in business, right? If this was because I stacked so much health, if Life Remnants, like, look at the cost of Unearth. Unearth? Oh, that's with the inspiration. My Bonestorm is 269 life per second, right? That means I will go down in health just casting Life Remnants unless I put Inspiration on it. Which then means I'm not putting a damage thing in Bonestorm. So it's a 40% nerf in damage for the sake of being a Blood Mage, completely outweighing Gore Spike entirely. So it's like, would you rather one Inspiration because you're a Blood Mage? Card QT, if you could leech into Blood Mage, they should just remove Sanguimancy and just put this as leech. That's literally what they would have to do. Like, if that's the solution, they should remove this node entirely. Just delete it. Just not have this node. And only have leech. And they were trying to have something that wasn't leech. They put this here. We're the only ascendancy that is forced to use its first point in a specific thing. Everything else has a branching node first. So they put this here to make people pick it up. I hope they were doing that just for testing purposes, and they wanted to see the value of this thing, because nobody would willingly choose this, basically. Or so few people would. Now, I made it work. I made it work for most of the game. It's actually, my entire build for a long time was making this work and staying overflowed.
What is it?
But as I'm getting into later game, it's like, if I want to increase my damage or do anything other than what I'm doing, I can't. And as I'm getting into more Delirium, like the problem comes from time pressure.
Indeed.
In order to map, I have to be able to clear quickly because there is time pressure from Delirium, right? Like, maybe not Expedition, but for Breaches and Delirium, I don't have an option to play slower. So I have to be able to spec into more damage than I'm currently able to. Because I have to be able to one-shot and move on just to keep pace with a timer. And I have to be able to one-shot every time, not just some of the time. Hold on, I'm getting messaged. I gotta do this. Cool. I got a message from a good friend of mine. I mean, yeah, that would basically just be Leech Edwin at that point. Life Remnants also. Okay, another thing that hard gates Life Remnants is there is a 2-second cooldown. And by endgame, we're casting a spell once a second. Even Bonestorm, like... I don't have a timer, but I'm pretty sure this is... like... about... like, this might beat the timer. Let me pull out a stopwatch. Stopwatch. That's about 1.4 seconds. Yeah, that was 1.3 seconds.
Yes?
Alright. Did I finish this map? I forgot. Tractable. No, I didn't. Aim to sell.
Splinters of bone.
So, this setup could be used for a Detonate Dead build. I think Detonate Dead might already use some of it. Are you using this wand with your Detonate Dead build?
Another corpse to serve me.
Alright, so then one more minion like way down here I missed somewhere. Hey Z-Dank, the fuck hit me? That random mob hit me for like all of my HP. Random white mob almost killed me right there. It's a good icon, C-Dank. Oh yeah, this is the boss, isn't it? Fuck.
Right.
So, I'm gonna refill this potion. I don't want to start this boss fight with no potions. I mean, that is the placeholder icon for Warcraft 3, so you're not wrong. So using this many clerics, I'm able to... Look, I've got my 26 minions before the boss fight. Now I just need them in the room. Start this boss. Maybe. Damn. So Unearth minions were still not staying up during the boss fight. That's sad. So I recently upped the boss levels using this Atlas, and this is my first time fighting them since adding 2 more levels. And I don't think my DPS is very good. Is there PvP stuff in PoE? Not currently. I'm probably not going to be. They added a little bit of PoE. There was like a little bit of PvP in PoE 1, and then like not many people played it, so they kind of like had it as an optional mode, but it was not like a focus.
Go.
Yeah, so if my minions can no longer stay up, even with a bunch of clerics healing them, how much health do they have right now? I could spec more into health, right? So I was trying to do a damage thing, and I think I just have to spec into health. They only have 5,800 health, and they still died. Oof, that's a problem.
Yes?
But honestly, I can actually just take all of these points out and just completely give up on their damage. So that whole damage thing I was trying to do, I don't think it's going to work out. That's so sad. Alright, so all of their damage is going to go back to 0. Because it doesn't matter. Damn, I spent like the last day just trying to figure out if I could make this work. And I don't think it's going to work. Now, that means the next thing I need to test is grabbing a few points in minion health for Detonate Dead. Because if I have minion health, I could basically just run a Detonate Dead with this setup, and it would be fine. Yeah. I can't snapshot. I can't use these green nodes to snapshot minion health, and you can't use Detonate Dead on Unearth. So I'm not sure. What's going to be the best play? Still using Unearth to get all of this extra corpse stuff. Is there anything else I could get for Unearth that would be particularly good? I don't currently have... This might have saved me. Yeah, this might have saved me. Pliable Flesh. But if I can't keep minions up, there's no reason to run the Dark Defiler. I could run up here and grab more minion resists. I don't know what kind of minion damage they were taking from that last boss. So I don't even know which resist to get. I could get minions recoup. Investing in primary minion health will be rough, but I could... just like come over here and grab like everything minion health here. And I think actually if I cast Unearth, the minion revive speed actually will work. Also extra chaos. Gotcha. To be fair, I think that map had like 40% lightning and 40% cold, and so like that was a pretty rippy map, and maybe that wasn't the best example of like, will my minions die or not? But I could do this. Right? You have to run Relentless Fallen just to get your minions to move.
I must keep calculating.
So I need to see what the new Unearth health is. What on Earth they got auto-summoned? And now they have 7,900 health. Yeah, cast on is stupid expensive. Alright, so if I cast... That's a much shorter respawn time. So I think I need to go try another boss with this many minions again. Now that they have, like, even more health. If we could use Detonate Dead on an Earth, it'd be so good. Or if the Infernal Minion thing worked on them. They weren't immediately dying, so this setup might work to keep them from dying on a boss. I'll also move this. God, my gold.
Yes.
Alright, so now they're gonna have just an absolutely super tank amount of health. I doubt they'll die from a boss. Because they'll have like over 8,000 HP. Right? Yeah, that's 8,000.
Go on.
I could go on my main set. Infernal, well, it doesn't stack. Oh, yeah, so you're saying with 20k HP, they'll still die. Yeah. Do you have much damage reduction on them, Nishchana? Do you have them at, like, resist cap? Because I can get mine resist capped, other than to chaos. I also have a ton of physical damage reduction I can get for them too. Exactly. So I have a ton of resists that you don't have. That might keep them up. And I have a ton of physical damage reduction I can get. You're probably right. Oh, I can take these 2 points up. Yeah, let me do that real quick.
Speak.
Alright, so I can come down this way and do that. Yep. I think I have 2 general skill points I could use. And then... This means they're basically going to be immune to physical. Because I already have, like, so much. Nice. I've had like a 700 once. Crazy. Nice. Oh, rarity. Yeah, dude, rarity needs a fix. So crazy. Alright, so this is only 2 points to go from here. Yes. Save me 1 point. And then go there. They have 38 resists, 58 resists. And then any one of them I get 58 plus this is 78. So I can give them like something like that. So they have 78% lightning, 78% fire. And then a bit of cold. They're going to be like 58 cold right now. And then in terms of physical resists, they have 24 here, right? Which, okay, that's a start. And then I have a bunch of these that have minion resist somewhere. 16. 16, so 32 from those. I have 32 plus 24. The 56% minions reduce physical damage. The only thing that's going to really hit my minions is chaos.
Now strategy.
Too much health they get up to. $9,000. So they have 9,000 health, and they take like half damage from physical and like less than a quarter damage, a fifth damage from the most common AoE mechanics. They could probably just face tank their own Infernal Legion. But the fact is they ignite, and ignite doesn't stack, right? So it's only the highest damage ignite. So having 1 or 26 doesn't change anything. It's not like it's putting a stacking problem. Yeah. And now that I have no damage on them, their basic attack, this 929 DPS, so this number is so low that enemy armor just will block it entirely, so It's not a good spot. Okay. Let's do this 315. Go do another boss somewhere. I have a bunch of them saved up now. This one. To be fair, that was like the one of the most rippy bosses that could have existed. It said you said it had extra chaos, so it had like 200% damage, and then it always crit. Or like it had extra crit too.
All part of my plan.
So I think it'd be interesting to run a Unearth damage build, where if I wasn't worried about this scepter, I could run a scepter that had a bunch of damage stats for them.
Mana.
Am I out of mana?
Splinters of bone.
I personally could get more tanky as well. Well, that's the thing. The flat damage, isn't it only like 50 damage of a type? From like they already do like 750 damage with like no damage mods, right? 750 to 1000. So adding 50 more doesn't matter unless the thing says like 300. What you want with them is crit. You can get a scepter with minions, get bonus crit. Oh, it's easy. You get them like over 50% crit chance, and then you get a bunch of crit mods. I need to ask Calastia, what was the DPS numbers on her Reavers? Alright, round 2 of a boss. This boss does not have super rippy modifiers.
Splinters of bone.
And it's not like 10 levels up. Okay, that was like much more reasonable. But but it still takes me like, I think way too long to kill that boss. That was only a level 80, oh, 84 boss. Alright, so I think the next thing I want to try is adding Reavers instead of Unearth. The thing that made Unearth potentially good was the Snapshotting, right? Because, like, if I run Reavers as a damage source, I have to have... Yeah, 6-link would be good for me.
Splinters of bone. None can oppose me. Too much clutter.
And a lot of this would, in theory, just be better with a skill that wasn't Bonestorm. Bonestorm just requires too much.
Yes.
Yeah, see, like 1 to 10 to 15. That's a tier 2. But like,
Of course. Speak.
Another strike.
Speak.
do you need any more tier 15s, my good sir?
Go.
I mean, on the plus side, I've been able to sustain tier 15 maps, like all these tier 15s and this tier 16. Yeah. Alright, it sounds like people are like actually waking up, so I don't think they're leaving right away, but I need to check. They might be. So I want to visit with them for a second before I get offline. Or while they're still here, in case they're leaving in just a moment. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, probably. Maybe get some free eggs. I'm back for a little bit. Got to see my nephew.
Speak. Time is of the essence.
Let's look at Unearth. Yeah. 579 to 1076, right? That's what, like... Oh, let me take off Meat Shield. If we're spec'd into it proper, it's gonna, we're not gonna have Meat Shield. $892 to $1655. Okay. So its base damage right now is 1273. It has a bunch of mono, so probably like 800. I'm just gonna say 800 for now. To compare it to like a good scepter, right? So let's go to PoE2 trade. Alright. Go to, like, allies. Physical damage, okay. So, tier 9 is 19 to 32 physical damage. This is effectively nothing. Yeah. I feel that, Nishana. So this buff is allies gain 20 damage compared to 800. And that's for, like, Unearth, which is one of the weakest minions possible. So, like, 20 divided by 800. It's a 2% damage buff. Yeah. Like, I feel kind of weird because... honestly, with how good Rarity is... like, it doesn't even make sense for me to, like... app with this build. Because everything, like, an upgrade for me is gonna literally take... to get a div to drop, it's gonna be, like... once every 2 to 3 hours. Like, it's not even worth. And like the next upgrade for me costs like 2 to 3 divs because of rarity issues. Yeah, well, I've been pretty casual in a lot of regards because I also did something where I tried to stack. You know, like every single one of these is super stacked. But I thought I had better boss damage than I did. But then when I added 2 more levels to bosses with the Atlas, these 2 levels made the bosses go from dying in literally 3 Bonestorms to dying in like 7 or 8, maybe 12. Like, they don't just melt. That's what these 2 levels did. And I'm like, huh. So, if I'm already running out of damage here, then I'm gonna need to change something. Like, significant. I would need to about double my damage. And, like, don't get me wrong, I can get some more here. I can get, you know, a little bit more here. And if I'm not, you know, worried about minions at all, it's a completely different story, right? Nice. That's, I think, one of the next big purchases for me. But I'm basically hard gated on how much more damage I can do with Bonestorm, because the next link, a 6th link for me for Bonestorm, is literally just inspiration. It's 40% less cost. Like, that's what I have to look forward to as a Blood Mage. That's really sad. That's not a good place to be. That my 6th link that I want is 40% less cost. I do think I maybe have some energy. Don't know if, like... I could probably get this shield up to, like, 2,500. Right? I was up here over here. Like 2,500. And then I could maybe get stun resist, which would allow me to put some more... Which would allow me to put inspiration on my build sooner than 6 links. It's like, this is not sustainable. I have to keep Bonestorm under 200. Preferably around 150. So what was killing me on those bosses was actually just the cost of Bonestorm, more so than the boss. Because I haven't been bossing, I haven't really had to think about Bonestorm's cost, so I've kind of let it balloon. And, like, I literally shouldn't be running a wand with +2 physical skills, or something like that, or this neck with projectile skills. Because Bonestorm is just so fucking expensive. Untenable. And Bonestorm is relatively cheap compared to a lot of spells. And the moment And if I were to pick up Leech, then I lose... Not only do I lose Crimson Power, which is 757 health, right? Not only do I lose a ton of health, I also would lose the overheal of that health. So, if I'm relying on Leech, then I'm giving up. I'd be dropping from... I mean, maybe I could run life on this. I have 1900 HP as my HP top end rather than 5200. So I'd have to build all of my... And then if I only have 1900 HP, like, why the fuck do I care about Leech if I only have 1900 HP? Like, I guess I could take out Gore Spike and run this. And then my Ascendancy literally does nothing for damage. Yeah, I'm just losing to Blood Mage right now. To be fair, there are a couple things I could still do to test, but, like, I gotta see if there's any of them that would literally be a double damage increase. That's what I was hoping this would be, like a double damage increase, but the management on it just makes it not, because you just kill yourself trying to keep it up. I took the damage off the things again, and now they don't clear themselves, and so they fall behind, and it's such a big mapping speed loss, not have Unearth minions clear white mobs, that, like, there's no point in running this. I'm gonna take this off next. Yeah. I could run a shield and just out-tank anything. Like, that's the thing. Like, I could make boss fights take longer by just running a shield, and then I won't die. So It's not that I can't kill the bosses. It's just that if I want to make myself go zoomy, what do I do? On the plus side, there's a couple other things I could go besides this. Oh yeah, the other reason this was good was because it didn't have ranks. Yeah, I could just use Detonate Dead and cheese the world. Like, don't get me wrong, I could do that. Put a Bonestorm. But I like Bonestorm thematically. But yeah, Detonate Dead works with all of this. I could remove all of my minion resist nodes because they won't be needed. Because we don't care if the minions live long. Clerics have an issue where they will not move up. That's one of the things is clerics will just keep casting from like off the map. Like, and they just will never move. So they'll just despawn on their own completely. They don't have a leash range. So they'll cast. And if I'm using Bonestorm, and like I'm casting a bunch, they'll just keep casting. And all of them stop to heal, even if only one mob takes damage. So it's not like one will do the heal. They'll all heal until they never move. And this wasn't as bad. And like, if I went Reavers, none of this matters. Like, all these things. Every other class, if you have more than one ability doing damage, you can split your weapon set. But I can't have one of my weapon sets be Reavers. Which is a problem. If I could have all of my green nodes apply to just Reavers so that I could go red nodes and go Bonestorm, that would be cool. Right? But if I were to run Reavers with Bonestorm, I'd have to give up all of this Bonestorm damage just to make Reavers do damage. The fact that I could split it with Unearth was actually like really novel and interesting. And I think that's what they were trying to make. Like they wanted so that you could do that. But maybe not with Spirit. It was really fun theory crafting this too. Well, Nishana, the thing that I was thinking about with Reavers is, you know, Bonestorm gets a certain percentage damage from that, and then you need something to hit it. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I could try not using Chaos Bonestorm. And running... Wait, what? Are there any uniques that do anything special here besides that? Any interesting things I could do? I think the Unearth thing almost works. I could make Unearth even better. Or I could run that shield that has 177 rarity, and then just not care. Or that can get over 170 rarity on a shield. That's the correct answer, probably. this thing. You grab a bunch of increase the effect of soul cores and you slam rarity into it. And then even if I clear slowly, I'll get everything done because I'll have so much rarity. Does this thing cost a ton? Yeah, so these can have 700 increased effective soul cores, and then you slam in them. So this like rarity thing, right? This is 140 rarity. This is 4% max life times 747. So this would be 28, 30. This would be about 30% more max life. It's pretty crazy. The boss's health was actually moving from those Unearth minions, by the way, Nishana. It was not going fast, but it was moving from the damage done by those Unearth minions. And I could like possibly double or triple their damage. And that would be fun for me. Like, if I just used Pain Offering, that alone is 70% damage before considering anything else. And the crazy thing is, I don't need minion skills. A mirror? Aren't mirrors like the most expensive currency in the game, or is something, are you talking about something else? Alright. I didn't mean to click this and look at this. I meant to look at the other thing. But, like... a mirror. There's a big difference between a div and a mirror. Alright, so the other thing I could do, Nishana, is I could actually slap on something like this necklace. And then take, Necromantic Talisman, if it works. Necromantic Talisman, I don't know, Because then my minions would buff themselves. Presence is too short of a buff, right? But with this, not at all. Well, 2 to 3 minion levels on a neck is worth about 12% damage per level. Oh, well, exponential. Like 12.5. So yeah, that's worth 42% more damage for +3. But here's the thing, this would also apply to me. I'd benefit from this as well. And it doesn't increase the cost. If Necromantic Talisman works, minions don't consider you as an ally. Oh my god, so it's just broken, is what you're saying. So it would work if it wasn't broken. Is that what it is? Do minions consider each other allies? Where did you test this or something? Or was there a video on it somewhere? Or are you just making an assumption based on PoE 1? Oh. Okay, so it was tested. Fuck. Damn, because this would actually be good. Yeah, the lightning amulet not working is sad. Dude, the lightning amulet, if they just came back and they said this works, that would suddenly mean the best build I could put together would just be slam that on the... If we already know this works, right? The... Ronald Lunar. Yeah, and it's not even that strong. Yeah, it's critical hit chance, which is fair. Go over 30. So something like this could be really strong. But presence, dude, I fucking hate how short presence is. I hate it. Like, I was running around with Blasphemy, and it was like, this is shit. Yeah, I could get the Wolf Helm and then lose all of my... I mean, I guess I could drop Mind Over Matter and all that, blah. Blasphemy is not presence. It's shorter. Oh, okay. That might be okay then. Blasphemy was so freaking small. Really annoying. So you can put AoE size to make it not as shit. Got it. So these flat damage modifiers are absolute trash tier. When your minion hits for about 800, adding 20 damage is so small. And it's of a random, like, fire damage, so it's gonna get, like, resisted. So it's actually, like, 10 damage. But what? Kills with minion damage multiplier? Oh, this? No, no, no. What I'm saying is, Sergey, this damage, my minion does 800 damage. With no modifiers. Like, its actual attack is 800 without modifiers. So, going from 800 to 820 is not a lot of damage. Before modifiers. Well, it's the thing, like, okay, I can get... In theory, I could go with, like, 3 modifiers. I could go from 800 to 860. Right? And going from 800 to 860... the 7% damage modifier. Like 7% damage modifier for 3 different weapon affixes. To make them do 7% more damage. Like, I would never care about that. Unless there's some other scaling that I'm not seeing. Like, unless Unearth has built-in damage scaling. Do I have a random... Do I have a random scepter that has, like, 20 damage on it so I can look at it real quick? To see if there's, like, some hidden scaling? I got rid of most of mine. Nope, I don't have a single one.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Until next time.
Yes?
I need a scepter with flat damage, and there's none in the shops here. Maybe one of these people will randomly have a item. Let me back into the town. Fuck. Yeah, good luck with that. Kinda.
Hello. Feeling bold?
Damn. Increased damage. That's good.
Not good luck.
Alright. This says... ...1 to 18 additional lightning damage, right? Does it update?
Feast on flesh.
1 to 27 lightning damage, but I have some physical damage. So yeah, there's no hidden scaling. That's just the random minion damage I have. So yeah, there's no scaling from this. Yeah, that's a useless stat. I might be able to pick one up for cheap though, because I don't need levels of minion. I don't need ranks of minion skills on it. Like, this is pretty good. Has accuracy rating. These suck. I need to do weighted sum, right? Damn it. Oh yeah, because it's not Alex. $36 results. People are probably not even posting much that doesn't have the minion ranks. They're trying to find one without the minion ranks is the trick. I think I could get these up to like maybe 20,000 damage. Be fun. Like this one. I could just buy this and add Exalted to it. Right. This one is Discipline, which is good. Discipline's the best thing. One is increased damage. I want increased damage. Oh, it's just increased damage? Am I tripping? Deal. There we go. This one. Just buy it. Free Exalted, the next one up is Divine. This is 8. Okay. They think Divines are worth 7. Like, this is pretty good. Purity of Ice, nobody cares about. Damn, if I was Discipline, I'd be much happier. These like purity stats or or purity of so whatever. But I think something like this could work, and I could get to 200%. Can I get to this node here? Is it worth? A single 20%. Just damage. I don't need it. Fairly. So they only have. These are the two only crit nodes for minions. There is something that increases the effect of small passive nodes. I think you can get jewels with minions that have crit chance. 15% is the yeah. Oh shit. 20%. Hold on, if I get that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna do 7 times 8 times 17. Alright, so if I got 120% crit chance, then six, 100 here, plus 100. So I can get 219% crit chance from this and some other things. So this, like 26%, is not that strong. Something. Add it. So let's just say 250. That's a good clean number for math. You get 250% crit. We'll take a 15% crit chance. And the Yix, maybe. Expensive. Just cheap. I could get 300% crit chance for them. Oh, it's reduced presence. Fuck this. Oh no. This is the most annoying thing. They give you this great amulet and this could go stand inside them. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, if minions will apply this to each other, I could just put 2 points in that thing and not have to think about it. Even if I don't benefit from it. Did Miss Chana, did this work for buffing, having minions buff themselves? It just doesn't buff the caster? Or you're probably doing something really tricky. I can get 300%, so I can take a 15% crit chance with 300%. I can give them 60% crit chance. $24 to 70. 70 is a comfortable number. $40. I can get them close to like 150 critical damage bonus. Do that for lazy math. Did 100 set 50? Uh, 150. They have 100 base, right? Yeah, so it's 100 bonus and then 150 more, so it'll be 250. So 60% of the time, they do 250% damage. And then the other 40% they would just do normal. So that's a 200%, about 200% more damage from all that crit. Is what the end result would be. Just under. 200% more damage, so they do 3 times damage. Maybe 3 times would be 2 times. Sanity checking myself. That's like 2 times. I could get them to do 2x damage from what I was seeing from this. From what they were doing. Rip, Nishana. That's sad. That's so sad. So I'd miss out on this 20% crit chance, and that's it from not being down here, and otherwise... And this minion damage here. Not a whole lot. How much minion damage could I get? I was at like 100%. I spec'd a little bit harder. Nishchana, I know that you're not busy for a second. The Yix thing, I had a question about. Did minions apply it to each other? Even if we're not an ally? Did it actually work? And is there a better amulet we could do to give to a minion? For Unearth specifically. Knowing that, like, the things we want to use, the lightning thing doesn't work. Huh. There's a necklace that lets you do 2 additional instilled mods. So you can just put 3 instilled modifiers on it. Oh, that's the other thing. Do instilled modifiers apply to minions? I doubt it. I think if it can't transfer, it still sticks on you. Does the +3 transfer? Do they keep the value? Yeah. Well, time to spend some money. But for science, guys.
Go on.
Okay, currently I have this allocated. Like, I still keep the allocation, even if this is here. I do lose the woe choker.
Time to consume.
I had a necklace with plus all spells. I think I got rid of it. Alright, I think someone bought it off me. There we go. I can test this real quick. Unearth currently is +9. Still +9. The minion summoned have 5,900 HP. Summoned have 5,000. No, yeah, it doesn't work do anything. Just have to go track the buy a Yix real quick. Want to just kill me with Archmage is what you're saying? See if I can buy this EX real quick. This one's really good. Want it? What? Didn't save. I changed the setting, and then you get to click the little thing. Hopefully this guy comes back online so I can get this. A really ridiculously high roll. For 3 Exalted. This next one down is 3 less attack cast speed. Less sum. See if he, another message.
Feast on flesh.
Dang, this guy two-shot the boss. Me my Wait, you can get diamonds? Dang. Alright, so let's try. Alright, let's look at my Unearth
Feast
minions.
on
Right?
flesh.
My Unearth minions currently have all this random crap. I can tell if they're being buffed. No chain. Am I literally gonna have to go swing at something? No stat changes anywhere. Fuck. Yeah, I think this is only gonna show. Their flat stash. Look up. I'm gonna literally have to just look at how fast my minions swing. That's awful. I need a fucking target dummy, dude. I hate having to just like pick a random spot and go hit level 60 mobs. Oh, you could go to a map and waste a map. No. Fuck. Need to find like a mob. Just one. By itself. For testing. Oh, find a mob. Not all of you guys. I gotta get... Alright, so I actually have a way of timing this now. It's 1.8 seconds, that's without this on. Find a mob. Come on, one mob. I'm getting like 1.7. Try this one more time. So this was actually a thing. Damn. I'm getting enough. I'm getting human errors level of variances. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this without like frame by framing it. I think this just might not work.
More mana.
Find like a video showing someone to do this. Other way to tell. Okay, so it's actually just bugged. Alright. Rip. Damn. Sad. The downside of presence is like awful. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. So yeah, I think this is just broken as a node. Christmas was pretty good. I'm exhausted. A lot going on. I've spent the last few days trying to min-max this Dark Defiler, and it there's just too many problems with minion AI basically to make it work, and via speed increase. Like you can make it work, but like you have to give up so much speed one way, and the other way that you don't have to give up as much speed. Minions die in boss fights, and then you can't get them up fast enough. There's not enough. Well, you can get them up fast enough. The problem is, then they don't do enough damage to matter, or you run out of fucking health. Literally a non-blood mage could do this strategy. So, my build is bricked because I'm a blood mage. So the thing I wanted to do, I can't do. Like, man, that just sucks. The rest of it makes sense as a blood mage, though. Like, I get to keep my crazy high Bonestorm, right? But I literally cannot press the Unearth spell because I'll die. What up, Rex? Oh, this new build I think is this. I think it's flawed, Rex. That's where I'm at right now. I've tried a bunch of different things. And I came up with some cool concepts. But then I went to some harder boss fights, and it falls apart. So, the Dark Defiler not working on bosses. Unless you make your maps go super slow. Yeah. So, the issue is with armor. This. Alright. Alright, so this is the PoE1 formula. It's actually worse for PoE2, right? If you have something that doesn't do a lot of damage, let's say, let's say I'm fighting an enemy with, like, 5,000 armor or something. In this example, right? If I attack it, if my little, like, you know, Unearth minion does it 500 damage, it'll have 44% armor reduction. Or, sorry, if it hits it for, like, 200, right? Yeah, 500, yeah. So if it hits it for... If it attacks with 5,000 armor, the enemy will have 66% damage reduction. So only 44% of that 500 damage gets through. Right? So, but if I double the damage of the creature to 1,000, 50% of that damage gets through. So I don't get double damage. I get like I get like 2.5 times more damage for just doubling the damage. Or let's say I did 4 times as much damage, right? That's an easy number. Or if I did 10 times the damage, yeah. Let's just say I make it do 10 times the damage. So instead of doing, if I make it do 10 times as much damage, instead of having 44 times damage reduction, it's only going to have yeah, and instead of only 44% of the damage getting through, it's going to be 84% of the damage is going to get through. So we're going to go from 500 times 0.44 versus 5,000 times... Wait, this is for example purposes, right? So I 10 times the damage, but in practice I got 20,000 times more damage because of the way armor works in this weird fluctuating scale. So for Unearth minions to do damage, they have to get down farther on this tree to get through armor penetration, unless you're armor shredding. But the problem is, not that I can't armor shred. It's if I'm running from left to right, right? And let's say some random, bat spawns as I'm like way over here. So all my Unearth minions are back here. They're back here and I'm running. And they get aggro on one mob. That one mob, if my Unearth minions don't do enough damage to kill it quickly, all my Unearth minions are going to stay over there, and then they're just going to despawn. Because they stayed over there. So to solve that, while running this scepter, I have to get Unearth damage to work. Or I have to stop at every single, solo white mob and spend a whole Bonestorm on one mob just to keep my Unearth minions rolling. And if I do that, my map clear speed is agonizingly slow. But if I do that, I can get my minions to have enough health to probably survive much of the boss fight. But there are even issues with that, too. Because respawning them during a boss fight that's actually hard is not possible, because the health cost on Unearth just kill me. Look, every time I cast Unearth, fucking die. So, if I'm using enough skill ranks of Unearth to keep them alive, then I just die to Sanguimancy. And this is literally only a problem for Blood Mages, because the cost of Sanguimancy is still way too high. And I'm casting Unearth on my own minions, like my clerics, so I'm not necessarily even hitting the boss. I'm like casting it behind me or something. No, that's the thing. That's Nishana. What I'm explaining to Rex is why the Dark Defiler is not working out for me, because I can't scale the health if I'm using the Dark Defiler. No, I can't use a different scepter if I'm using this. So like, I got my minions that they would actually kill blue mobs in a reasonable amount of time. They could kill yellow mobs. I made them do damage because you get this really cool thing. This was one of the most interesting things to Theorycraft for me, right? Look at this. I got to use a weapon swap, and I weapon swapped so my Unearth minions, which snapshot all of these green nodes, so I got to have strong Unearth minions, while my Bonestorm had all of the red nodes like normal. And this was really cool to set up, right? And it almost works. It's very close to working. And when I was doing this, it wasn't quick. But my Unearth minions were making the level 86 boss health bar move. So my Unearth minions were doing enough damage to the boss to make its health move. Just the Unearth minions. And it wasn't enough to clear the boss. But it was enough to actually be worth multiplying further from there if I were to do something different. And that's why I'm considering, alright, what if instead of running this scepter, which is just not working out for me, what if I were to spec more into minion damage? Right? Like a minion damage scepter. And I might be able to pick up a cheap minion damage scepter because I don't need skill ranks on the scepter to buff my Unearth minions, because I weapon swap to a scepter that has plus minion skill ranks, and then I swap back to a scepter that wouldn't have minion skill ranks. So I might be able to get a cheap scepter that has everything I need, or a bunch of things I need. And that could be cool. That would be really fun to build. But it needs a bunch of different things solved, while also solving the HP cost problem. And remember, we can't solve the HP cost problem without building... if we use leech, we're failing. We need to not use leech. Because if we use leech, we're giving up gore spike. Yeah. If we're using leech, we're giving up the overheal. If we use leech, we're giving up enough health that it basically is the same as giving up. You're not solving the problem. You want to be able to just use Sanguimancy. Just keep yourself topped up. So the fact that it's more than one spell, and okay, the minion thing. So I have +5 physical spells, +4 physical spells. I could put minion skills here and here. Dude, the cost of Unearth can get to 600 mana. Or, more importantly, 600 life. How the fuck? And you have to cast it more than once to refresh your minions. So even if you have corpse conservation, you have to cast it 2 or 3 times. So to refresh your minions, you're going to need to spend 1,800 health. And to give you an idea, on a boss fight, if we're regenerating 1,800 health through life remnants, that's going to take 10 seconds of not being damaged to generate that much health via life remnants. That's not possible. And this would just work if you weren't a blood mage. It would just work immediately. I could do this on a sorceress or a fucking infernalist. It's just Sanguimancy. So the one thing that you want, the only way to build a blood mage, in my opinion, to make it worthwhile, is if you can stay overflowed life. That's the only thing. Like, it's so critical to what makes a blood mage that you have to pick it. It's the only ascendancy that has to pick Sanguimancy. So if you're not using that for overheal, you're just failing. Yeah, because you get to use a level 7 spell. Yeah. Yep. So, like, you know, I want to make a Bonestorm build work, but it can't. This would work well with Detonate Dead, I think. So I could make a Detonate Dead build using this, but I think someone already beat me to it. And I want to use Bonestorm because I like the way that spell works. Yeah, and you can't even use Archmage with Detonate Dead. Like, or not Detonate, with Bonestorm, because Bonestorm's a channeled spell. So, like, a lot of fun combos just arbitrarily don't work with Bonestorm for literally only one reason, and it's that they couldn't figure out how to code it. Like, they could not figure out how to code Archmage to make Bonestorm work with it. Because they should just be able to do that, right? Like, it should just be that when you cast Bonestorm, it just procs Archmage once for whatever the mana cost. Like, that's not hard to solve. So I was feeling pretty good about being able to use it, and with the armor spec, it was really good to be a tanky blood mage. But now it's like you self nerf so hard because you just have to deal with the life cost once you get to higher ranks. And like, this wasn't as big of a deal when I was using lower ranks because I had bad gear. But like, you end up not being able to use the better gear because you just die. So like, it'll get you to endgame, you can start clearing endgame, and then you hit a hard limit because life remnants isn't strong enough. The like exponential scaling of the spell cost is stupid. Look at Bonestorm. 82 life per second, right? Totally doable. Let me equip a wand. Like, 182 life per second. That's... wait, I think I have... Why is it so low? And like, I'm not running anything that increases the cost. Like, I'm not running brutality here. So I think for me, the next step in this is... Yeah, we have to solve mana on top of doing all this too. But, you know, mana is just like such a joke compared to everything else we have to solve. Oh, and the tax. Okay, Unearth. Here's the other problem with Unearth. Unearth, to make Unearth kind of okay on bosses, you have to have persistence, so you lose a damage slot. Or you have to be able to refresh it from your minions, which means you need to cast it even more. You have to run inspiration on it, or you just die. Like, look, oh yeah, I had inspiration on it. Like, okay. So I gotta run inspiration on it, or I just die. And now I don't have enough damage to break the fucking armor. So now I just get punished by this. Well, it doesn't even matter about life regen because we want to stay overflowed. That's the other thing. Like, if all healing could just overflow, we'd be fine. There's possibilities. Like, at the very least, you know, then maybe leech could work, then maybe this could work. Then maybe we could stack life regen and just have our life regen overflow. Okay, cool. The All-Out's Oath looked interesting. Yeah. Well, we want to remain overflowed just to make Gore Spike do something so that our Ascendancy at least does something. Right? Like... Oh, look, my Ascendancy, you know, gives me health. Like, that's all it would do. My entire Ascendancy would be just this node. Yeah, if you could maintain it. Heck, you know what you could do? You know what you could do? You could make life remnants. Here's what they should do. They should make life remnants be charge based, and you gain 1 charge every 0.5 seconds with up to 4 charges. So there is a cooldown, so you can't just Bonestorm and get 20 charges, but you can Bonestorm and get 4 charges. Yeah, actually, that might solve it. Like, I think they need to half the cost of the health thing, or just not have it. If they want to keep the health cost, they should have it. And then on top of that, everything that says reduced mana cost should just say reduced cost. So it also applies to health. And everything, the gems, for like these gems should not apply to the health cost. And like life remnants should, like, you should be able to get 2 per Bonestorm cast. So, I think, to be honest, some of this, rather than worry about it right now, or try to optimize more, I should make a video about the Dark Defiler, how close it was to working, how interesting it's going to be, but say that it's only going to work if, with these fixes, right? They need to Unearth duration needs to be like 20, needs to scale with level or something like that, so that at higher levels you can get rid of the persistence tax. Unearth's mana cost just overall needs to be halved. Just this spell in particular needs to have like half the mana cost, and it still needs to have more. There is not a single build that is going to be doing this for damage. It does no. You can put 35 ranks in it and it won't matter. Oh, look at my health, you know? So, Unearth is definitely meant to be, you know, like, it fits the Bonestorm aesthetic, Blood Mage aesthetic. It's not usable. I was saying while leveling, before they gave it a 50% damage buff, that it needs a 4 times damage buff on the initial damage. It costs, like, it has the spell cost for something that does 4 times the damage. And they tried to balance it around the fact that it creates these minions. But if you're buffing these minions, you're not buffing the spell. So, like... Ugh. And you have to consider that, like, there's actually a lot less support for physical damage. So I think they're just afraid that this gets really crazy because Unearth is both a physical and a minion spell. It can benefit from an extra 5 ranks of skills or something like that, and so they just over-nerf the hell out of it, and then they, not in a good space at all. Way over-nerfed. Or they need to make the damage from Unearth. So they need to buff its damage, and then, fuck it, it says minion. Maybe it should scale with minion damage. I don't know. That wouldn't be enough. It still needs to do 4 times as much, or it still needs to do about 3 times as much damage. But like, okay. Dude, that weapon swap for that? That's another thing. We don't really... I don't know if there's like a really good the weapon swap mechanic. If we're not using it, that's like power we're leaving on the table. And I can't think... Like an elementalist build gets to employ the weapon swap to be useful. Like they can have a fire, like that's a thing they're doing because they have multiple different types of spells. So like the weapon swap to make Unearth good was like super cool. But it just there's too much tax. So what I'm looking into now, people who are joining me that have heard me bitch. I was thinking like, well, maybe if I actually make Unearth minions do even more damage, it might be worth it on bosses. So they would need to do about 4 to 8 times more damage to really make that worthwhile to kill bosses. And if I wasn't using this, I'd give up my own damage. I'd give up the 100% extra chaos damage that I'm getting from this. And I just accept, like, well, that was a cool concept, but it's just fundamentally broken. I could use a scepter that would make my minions have, like, 50% more health or something, like 40% more health. Which, that alone helps some of the health. I could use Discipline on a scepter to make them more tanky. And then I'd have enough points that I could build them damage with these. And, like, the fact that I would have to occasionally not cast Bonestorm might be, to make up for it, might work. I would run Inspiration on Bonestorm, so Bonestorm would get another damage hit. No, that's the thing. I can't use the Chaos Scepter on bosses. That's the problem. I can use this while mapping. I just can't use it on bosses. That's the actual issue I'm running into. Yeah. And the reason I can't use this is mostly the health cost of Unearth. Because if a boss doesn't immediately die, it's like... I thought it was just going to be a matter of, you know, making Unearth last longer. And I got the duration at one point up to, like... over 50 seconds, right? So they didn't die from duration, they were dying from time. And I thought duration So I was considering the fact that the same weapon swap for that would also be good for SRS. And I very, very briefly tested SRS, but does SRS actually do damage? Like, at high level? Do the mobs actually hurt? Because I tested it very briefly, not properly. And I didn't even see white mob's health moving when I had all the damage. I had plus 100 minion damage and some crit, and I didn't see mob's health moving. Now, maybe I just didn't spec into it hard enough. Yeah. Is it worth the cost of Flame Wall? Is it going to do more damage than my Bonestorm? Now, it does add damage to Bonestorm. Okay. But SRS plus Flame Wall would actually be fairly good. But I think I would just die from health cost still. True, I could use a level 1 Flame Wall. I just didn't see any damage. But, like, the same weapon swap that has bonus damage kind of works. And that would be pretty cool. Of course, one of the other problems is trying to fit in the skill. The Soul Offering is just insane. Like 50% more damage. Okay. I'm running Grim Feast, Sacrifice, Clerics. I could get rid of Profane Ritual. But then, what else do I get rid of? Like, I'd have to get rid of Profane Ritual and Soul Offering. So I lose 50% of my damage. Or, I have to get an unsocketed ring to replace this. I could do. But, like, that's more gear balancing. That's more divines. And I'd still be missing out on Profane Ritual. Which, to be fair, like, I'm not making the best use of anyways. The fact that increases in duration fuck up Profane Ritual so hard, the usability of it is, like, awful. Because it used to be I could just, like, pop Profane Ritual, start casting a Bonestorm, and then let it rip. But now, because I have duration, I have to respec again. I don't have the money right now. I'm down to 160k. It's so bad, dude. I spent like 3 million fucking around here. What? Why have I spent so much money? Because I've been trying, like, I've had to... No, I've already fucked it. I've already changed off that. I tried to go for just making them live as an option, and this wouldn't work either. Yeah, I've already switched off it. No, I could switch back. It's not... I have not fully... I probably just need like 60,000 more gold. But then, after that, it's going to be annoying. I think if I was less sleepy, it'd be easier. I really want to make some... And that's actually one of the reasons I was looking into that scepter. Swapping to, like, the scepter strategy. Because that also might work, right? Because I could use the scepter with the plus skills, summon the flame wall with the SRS, right? And then swap to the scepter that's actually good while I'm casting Bonestorm. That buffs both, at this point now, SRS and Unearth. And that would be pretty cool. Also, one thing that to consider as well. Yeah. I mean, Unearth was so fun. It feels so good. Like, it doesn't feel good because it's, like, actually good. It feels good to just be like, dude, I have more minions than God. Like, I am just, you know, I've got the entire... Also, they don't lag my computer. Like, Unearth minions, they take up less space than, like, a warrior, so they all come get together and do stuff. Also, nobody else. I don't know. I doubt anybody else is able to clear tier 15 on Unearth and have Unearth do damage. I don't think anyone's actually figured that out, and I just did. So that was pretty cool. It's mostly a bossing issue, and I almost have it solved. And like, cause health costs were the problem. Like, that's what? How are health costs the problem? Because I could literally just have enough, you know, enough of these mobs alive that I could spawn on Earth if it wasn't for health costs. I'm tempted to run no Gore Spike and then just run Leech and call it a day. That's how... I think that's the next thing I test, actually. Just say, fuck it. Okay, let me just run Leech. Because if I have Leech, bosses become a lot easier. It's what happened when I fought the Trial Master the first time. I just didn't have Leech, so I died to myself. Oh no, this is a lot of tank. You seen this chest? Yeah. This chest is insane. So that's 1500 HP from Sanguimancy. But to be fair, Gore Spike, we don't even know if it works, A. B, it says per life. And most things that reference life are referencing max life. So this might not even work with overflow life. We don't even know. And C, the more crit damage you have, the less relative value Gore Spike is. I can get to already over 300% crit damage. I can get to like 350% crit damage before Gore Spike. So the additional like 150 potential crit damage I could get from Gore Spike is only 25% more damage. Like, this, in theory, is only like 25% more damage. Maybe like 30%. If I'm at full overflow. Which I won't be on a boss because I cast Unearth. So if I'm not at full health because this is not playable, maybe I just have to just give up Gore Spike. Heck, it might not even work, so it might not even be a loss. How much does it cost to give up Gore Spike? Only 25k.
How can I perfect myself?
So and if I did that, I wouldn't have to fuck up my entire tree. And 25% personal damage loss wouldn't strongly interfere with my mapping speed. And if it let me use Unearth on bosses, there's a chance. Not a good one, but there's a chance that I could actually have them do damage. Hey, Samhung. And the fact that this is bugged makes me really sad. If this worked, it'd be so good. The dark side, John. Barksork? Yeah, valid. Enjoy being Emperor Palpatine. Alright, so if this worked with Necrotic Talisman, can you imagine? Yeah, the nerf is going to come in the form of an X-Wing. You're gonna have an X-Wing fly by and then blow up your Death Star. Very sad Palpatine noises. So hear me out, Nishana. If Necrotic Talisman worked properly with minions, right? And I gave this Necrotic Talisman to my minions, which gave it back to me and to each other, how much value would that be? %45 crit chance from a like, if all of these buffs were affecting me, how much damage is that? And the answer is pretty good. Like, there's no spirit on it. Okay. That's the one painful point. Or resist. Oh yeah, for most builds, sure. But like, this would make my Unearth minions do so much damage. Because 45% crit is 7.5% crit chance. And their crit damage would be at like 200%. And they'd get 20% attack speed. Which there aren't many sources of attack speed for minion. If I were to go straight minion damage as well, or add more minion damage, I'd have to go Pain Offering. Pain Offering is unavoidable. I could drop Profane Ritual for Pain Offering, right? And then oh, this is only minion damage. Yeah, that's not worth it for 40% minion damage. But I could run Pain and Soul Offering and just not have Profane Ritual. And I'd lose 25% personal damage, I think. Yeah, I think Leech would just make that work. And that would be fun. I think after bitching for 3 hours, I realized I just need to run Leech. God damn it. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try next. It would also make my, like... other than this thing turning things into health, is where you have to build energy shield anyways. Not really. There are a couple items that can give you more health. And the other thing, Nishana, if I make the build work, even if it's inefficient, if it can just clear content, right? That's it. If it can just do the content at all, then I can say, hey, this is a good build, and when they buff it, we get 25% more damage because we take Gore Spike again. And I think getting into people's mind the idea of using temporary minions like this is really, like, nobody is doing this. No one's snapshotting minions. Yeah, I'm already more tanky than the armor build for the most part. So a good scepter is only going to add about... If I have 100% minion damage, I was running about 100%. A good scepter has about, like, 40 minion damage to 50, right? Well, this one just happened to get... I corrupted a bunch of these scepters. So this one happens to already have that 24% value. So a good scepter would only add about 10% damage from just straight increase in damage to my minions. It would add crit damage, and attack speed, which is probably anywhere from 30 to 40% more minion damage, more than what I could get now. And the flat damage is completely pointless. It's like 2%. So I might be doing like 40% less minion damage. No, I think I can use this scepter. That's what I'm saying. Compared to like this, like how much actual damage is this scepter, right? It's only 25% more hit chance. Critical hit chance. This is like a relatively high roll. It's only 24% crit damage. It is some attack speed. But I'm less likely to get one that's corrupted with damage. So this is actually mental toughness. Mental toughness. Yeah, so one of the problems, John Johnson, is it needs to say reduced cost, not reduced mana cost. All of these things say mana cost and not cost. They don't affect the life cost. On the plus side, the few things that increase mana costs. Yeah, I have. I've gotten these nodes. Reduce mana cost, reduce mana cost, reduce mana cost. They don't reduce the health costs. And this node here increases mana costs, but doesn't increase the health cost. So it's specific. But gems say, you know, increased cost multiplier, so it applies to both. Blood magic says skill mana costs, not skill base mana costs. So any increase in mana cost will increase blood magic, probably. But yeah, this needs to be either not make you take damage, or it needs to do half, and they need to make it every 1 second, effectively. They also need to make the life remnants. Here's another major problem. The life remnants duration is less than the duration of Grim Feast. So they need to take the life remnants and give them at least the same duration as Grim Feast. I could be wrong, and Grim Feast is actually, they're the same, it's just that life remnants come up sooner than Grim Feast. But the duration of life remnants is too short. So like, in a lot of boss fights, you have to dodge and roll and weave, and like you can't be in melee range for a little bit. And then like you're still spending cost casting spells, but you can't get to your your life remnants for a little bit, which should be fine, but like the duration is just 2 seconds too short. So by the time you like running up, you're like, okay, I see like 3 life orbs running into melee, and only one of them is there by the time you get there. And you're like, fuck! Oh. Yeah. Now, Sanguimancy just needs to... Yeah, the gem costs are just too... Well, early game, it kills you. And late game, it kills you. And for a brief time, you're kind of okay. I think they either need to completely remove the health costs entirely. Just entirely just destroy the health cost. Or they need to do the equivalent amount of like total health juxtaposition. They could make life remnants heal twice as much and have not a 1 second cooldown, but a charge system where they build up. So like I think it would be super cool. No, they keep their healing the same, but every second they get 2 charges added with a cap of 4 charges. So you can cast 1 spell and get like 4 life remnants to spawn if you do multiple projectiles. But then the next time you hit, it'll be just 1. So like if you cast Fireball and it blows up everywhere, it's like you get tons. I think I need to figure out what my lunch is going to look like. Let me go see if my family's still here. I'm going to take probably 5-minute break. I might get distracted if my family's still here, but I think they already left. I need to go get food. If there is going to be a family lunch, I'll be back faster because I will be able to not cook now and then eat later. Probably will be BRB like 5 to 10 minutes. Might be quicker. I'm somewhat back. Eating Christmas brisket. Toast. Yeah, I actually really hate Magic Find as a concept. There was a brief moment in like D2 where it was like cool, and then like you realize, oh wait, no, the entire game is just about stacking Magic Find. Sucks. I saw a pretty terrible take on, like, maybe they shouldn't fix Magic Find because, you know, new people won't be able to benefit from it. It's like, no, the damage is done. Like, this economy is still going to be screwed for a while. They should just get rid of it. Be like, well, because, like, early access economy, it's going to get broken. Like, people are going to figure it out. But what they should be doing is thinking about, oh, how is it going to work when Live comes out? Yeah, life will only sort of be a thing on an Infernalist if you have a dog that first, you know, takes some of the damage, and then you're still wearing Flamekeeper Cloak, and then you're stacking armor. But the entire category of life plus armor plus ES, that gear shouldn't exist. It's not in a position to exist at all. It's just ES gear. It, against the hits that actually kill you, it does nothing. In Blood Mage, getting value out of Sanguimancy and Vitality Siphon is like stupid hard. Flamekeeper Cloak converts, I'm just putting it up on stream. That's the easiest thing to do. It's Cloak of Flame, sorry. This. Physical damage is taken as fire damage. Meaning that big hit gets reduced by 40%, and then your armor applies to the 60% remaining. If you're running an Infernalist, you can also have a dog to remove another 20%. So you only take 40% of your incoming damage. And then armor is still kind of bad. This is the best armor item in the game. Not even close. The only reason my budget build doesn't use this is because it uses, you know, an armor that lets you apply. Sergey, I think I would take 45k armor over this item. You're forgetting something. thing that kills you is the thing that crits. So 45k armor and this, you're not gonna die from physical. Not possible. 45k is a shit ton of armor though. Like, I don't even think we can get that high. I think we can get like 30, like 20k, maybe. Even getting to 30k is like going to be ridiculous. I think it's doable, but you'd have to literally have everything. Oh, Sergey, if you're using mind over matter, recoup actually is kind of okay. There's this thing for shield block, gives you armor. Sure. Yeah, Samhung, it looks like that. So you only, the armor will only apply to the remaining person. Yeah. So, like, armor will get you to tier 16, right? If you build right. That's what I did. I mean, that's what my previous video was on. I was clearing tier 16s day one. I would die to a lot of them. And I would die to burning ground. If I didn't pretend it was OnlyFans and stare at my feet the whole time. But, you mean like this one? So mono recoup is actually okay. Oh yeah, dude, an Infernalist would just be better. 100%. Just a better character. Since we can't get value out of Sanguimancy at this point, like, since Sanguimancy has a high-end cap, I was hoping it would continue scaling. And I did notice immediately when at level 90 it went up a little bit in health. But at 410 life is just not even anywhere close to where it needs to be. This would need to be like 1200 health or something stupid. Yes, Samhung, you just die. You can't make this work on a Blood Mage. You'll die. Well, you can't... Okay, I take that back. You can make it work on certain builds that go to 1 HP and then are constantly leaving. So it does sort of work with Vitality Siphon. So there are builds that could use it, but like, then you're getting no value out of Sanguimancy. Yeah, so there's a couple builds that, like, it can do one or two things. And Detonate Dead, the only reason Detonate Dead works is because you can use level 7 Detonate Dead. So look, I'm using a level 7 gem. Because of that, I don't have to deal with the downsides. And this is the whole reason it's the one viable, like, pinnacle boss killer. And it's simply because of cost. It's because this just kills you. And I've been trying to figure out how to make Bonestorm do more. I've been trying to make Bonestorm do more damage than it was doing at the very start of hitting tier 16. And my Bonestorm, after several days of trying different things, you can't make it do more damage that much. Because it will just kill you. Because Sanguimancy. So, I was able to get a tier 16 clear day 1 of beating the campaign. That's insane. I think that's pretty good. Maybe not insane, but I think that's pretty good. And a large part of that was Sanguimancy at the time was actually helping me. Because I didn't have a high rank of physical spells. And my cost at the time for Bonestorm was 80 health per second. So at 80 health per second, I could survive and gain health overflow from light permanence. But it took me a while to clear. My clear speed was not fast. And my clear speed is now a little bit faster. But like, now I'm not able to use Sanguimancy. So I still think that budget build is insane and like just absolutely amazing. I just trying to find what the next step is. Let's see, how much is it going to cost me to respec enough?
Go on.
But first I have to refund this for 50k. Oh. And then I need to refund most of this.
Go on.
And maybe this. I wonder if these are cheaper to refund. I don't know if my minions need accuracy rating or not. What if I do something? Okay, so I still need to come in here. Still gonna need that. This. Oh, I can refund this. Fuck. Oh, it's because I couldn't do that. Huh. I might be able to pull this off on a... So Sergey, that was what I was trying to figure out. And there's a bunch of problems with it. I even went over here and I picked up extra Wither. And I picked up Blasphemy. And I had like 30 minions with Blasphemy and Wither. And like, my damage wasn't higher because you have to pick up Armor Shred. Or you do 0 damage with armor. It was really miserable. So you have to pick up this Armor Shred. It's not even a quest if you're running Bonestorm, even with the 150% chaos damage. Oh, For Detonate Dead. Yeah, Detonate Dead doesn't care about this. You're right. Okay. 100%. Bleed on Detonate Dead and poison, and they just die. If you want. Yeah, so sorry, I thought you were talking about Bonestorm for a second. Yeah, Detonate Dead is better. Like, this would just be better if I was doing it with Detonate Dead. 100%. Oh, I got scammed.
East on.
Go on.
Again, I forgot. Remove point.
Yes.
Fuck, it doesn't know what to do. Oh, I see what happened. I have to add this point here first. It doesn't like when you change pathing.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe this will be enough health. One of the things that's kind of annoying is if you pain offering a minion or soul offering a minion and then switch weapons, your soul offering can get destroyed. What's that crossbow called? That's interesting. Oh, yeah, now I don't have points for this.
Time to check.
So we go. Do this right. I could put points back in. Oh, that duration's already gone. Fuck. All these and I think I need some amount of minion health too. It's probably taking out this. 5 points.
Change plan.
Go on.
I need to get some stats on how does accuracy work for minions. Do I need these accuracy nodes or not? Because the stat page I think is just wrong. Because the stat pad says I have 100%. points for sure. The green. Anywhere else, I'm like critical stuff to make it work. I'm the. All right, so this might work. Bonestorm is only going to be at like 50% less. Yikes. But they might survive. Now I gotta go
Another strategy.
back them up. Maybe I can not run. So if I'm not worrying about health costs. Let's go full damage. Martial tempo. And then the last thing is let's don't know what the right and because +1 rank of the skill wouldn't really help. Alright, so duration is only 30 seconds. Damage per second is only 3,000. Yeah, okay, I gotta fix that. Be over 6. I think I have to go feeding frenzy, but then they're gonna be squishy. Why is their damage per second so low? Okay. should be closer to... Okay, what was I doing different? Maybe it thinks it's gonna miss. Back time. It should have more attack speed. That's what. Got it. I figured out what it's missing. Only 9%. Why is it the attack speed so slow? Now it's at 1. That still doesn't make sense. What the fuck? Yeah, I had it at 1.16. Oh, there we go. That fixed it. But I put the right gem in. Okay. Yeah, 4K looks about right. No, I still have to put duration in, but so Lind, that's depending on what you're doing with Bonestorm. If you've got armor and a shield, it won't happen much. If you don't, you'll get stunned. And that's actually why I run this Unbreakable on Bonestorm. So it doesn't happen as much. Also, you need a bunch of cast speed so that you get your spells off before you get stunned. Scattershot helps as well. So, it almost works, Samhung, but I went to finally started testing it versus bosses, and I literally just ran out of health every time. Because Unearth costs too much. So I'm trying, I was about to just give up, and then someone said, you know, well, you can try giving up Gore Spike, and I'm like, fuck, you're right. So I can take out Gore Spike and put Vitality Siphon, and that's what I need to test next. But it's been a problem, and I'm down to 58,000. I've spent 2 million to 3 million gold testing this.
Time is of the essence.
This is pretty cheap to anoint. Relentless Vindicator. I think Envy and Paranoia were cheap. I could be wrong. Envy and Paranoia. How much they cost? Envy is You need 2 envy. And paranoia is... I guess it still costs 10. Right? I wonder how much this is worth, probably.
Hey.
Sorry, I just got back. No, it's all health problems. Lost ya. Sorry, I wasn't reading anything for a bit, and I was just catching up on chat. But this, yeah. No, when you reduce mana cost, it doesn't reduce the health cost. When I tested it earlier. It was really sad. It's the same reason why if you take... Yeah, if you take raw mana, it doesn't increase the health cost, thankfully. So, Calastia, I've been testing a bunch of different ways to make Dark Defiler work. And I was about to just give up until someone mentioned that, like, hey, maybe you should just use leech. Just say, fuck Gore Spike and use leech. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. Fuck. Overall, this is not a good build. 8 times? To use leech? Yeah, I know. Well, I wanted to have Sanguimancy carry me, but you know, at the end of the day, yeah. You're right. I wanted to actually get value out of Sanguimancy. Just, nope.
Go on.
But yeah, you probably have told me a bunch of times.
Of course.
It just means overhealing is not going to be as common. Do I care about this? I just game shard it. Oh no, the only issue I have is versus bosses right now, Calastia. This build works. I got it working versus mapping really well. Well, relatively well as it's gonna work for minions. And then bossing, when I was going to use Unearth to resupply my minions, I would just die. So I was just like planning and whining, and then someone's like, "Wait, why don't you just use leech?" I'm like, once again, you're right. Not right this second. I just had some food, and I want to go test this. I have been using this weapon. I don't actually know how much accuracy I need, right? I'm guessing the character sheet is wrong. I'm not going to worry about it right this second. I need to go solo another boss. So, one of the things that I did, Calastia... Nice. So, no accuracy needed. Great. That's exactly what I need. So, I've spent, like, a long time doing all of these pointless fucking maps in order to have the maps that I irradiate all be stacked. So like, and now I need to go fight a couple bosses. And after my pretty sad failure with one of these bosses, I need to go and slam my head against a boss that's actually hard. Yay, now I have 2 Twitch viewers. I've also been just in kind of a grumpy mood for like 2 days. I was grumpy last stream and this stream, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just I had a 3-year-old here that meant that I only got 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night for several days. Dude, that's wonderful. Okay, so that means I can just come through here and not have to deal with this stuff. Sorry, I'm reading stuff again. I'm just tired, so I'm kind of slow at reading chat today because multitasking. I got out of all the accuracy stuff. It was just these 2. Yeah. I already had done that. But yeah, having a weapon swap for Unearth is just really novel to me. Like, it's not, you know, not crazy, but it's something. So I'm getting, if I was running like Reavers for damage, I wouldn't be able to put all of these red points in Bonestorm and these red points in Bonestorm because I'd have to also put whatever these green points are in making my Reavers do good. I still need to tweak a couple things. I have no duration in my build right now because I just fucked everything up. My duration's 30 seconds, which might be okay. And I might have to give up Profane Ritual, which is really weird. For Bone Pain Offering. Really feels wrong giving up Profane Ritual. I don't use it enough, to be fair. I really don't. And I can use it during a boss fight, but pretty much I use it when I can just cast another Bonestorm, and it just feels bad to use with how much like when I have duration. So I guess I go Pain Offering now. All right, Pain Offering. That. So not a lot. What I'm testing, Calastia, is actually making Unearth minions do like a little bit of damage. I can get this up to like 6,000 before Pain Offering. So damage per second on Unearth minions is 89k. Like 9k, basically, right here. So I have 9k Unearth damage per minion, and I'll have 26 of them. Well, what's my most expensive spell that I can slap? I can actually fit Unearth on. Operational. Put this on Pain Offering because I can. Actually put it on. Well, that's the thing, Palastia, that I'm thinking about, right? I have all of these hybrid minion damage nodes, right? I have all of these minion damage nodes. I have all of these minion damage nodes. I have minion survivability, minion survivability, minion survivability, minion survivability, missing a little bit of damage. This could be duration, but I need to rebalance that. I need to figure out what I'm doing with duration first. And I have these minion damage nodes. I'm missing these two. I need to put these 2 points in. I'll figure that in a bit. Alright, so I need a little bit of crit damage here. And against the most common threat of fire, my minions have like 80% fire resist, and they have like 60% everything else, 50-60, and they have 56% additional physical damage reduction right now. So they're relatively hard to kill. And because of the weapon swap, which you can't do with regular spirit minions, you can only do with Unearth and SRS. Because of the weapon slot, I have 24 points in minion damage and minion stats, while still being able to put 24 points towards Bonestorm. Currently my percent in minion damage is not the best. It's a little over 100. From tree. Like 64 here, plus 25. It was 64 plus 25, and then plus 30. 119. I don't have this minion damage, and I don't have this minion damage. So, that is noticeable. I don't know if I need this health for the minions, by the way. I might not. So if the minions survive with this, I can put stuff here. Oh yeah, but the thing is, I do all that while still not impacting my Bonestorm. I still have all this Bonestorm, Bonestorm, Bonestorm. So that's the thing. That's the possible thing. But yeah, my minions are not insane. And this build, I don't expect to be amazing. I want it to work for power fantasy reasons. Yeah. And I was even considering dropping this for like a minion scepter. Alright, I need to make some coffee, take like a short AFK, and then I'm going to... Well, first I'm gonna pick my map. We're gonna do one of these bosses, so this boss, probably. It's a +1 boss. Let's pick a map. I'm gonna do this map. Don't. Did I corrupt it? Did I just corrupt every map? The tier 16. Alright. When I get back, I'm gonna do this map. Here. Hour and a half. Oh. Alarm set. Alright, first test of a level 81 zone with leech. 382. There's a chance I just run out of mana and die as well.
Splinters of bone!
I think the extra radius on the aura might actually be needed. It's only about that far. And that could get the extra minion damage while it's active. Annoying though. The button press.
Splinters of bone.
Taking on some serious danger, I see.
That's not a sound I want to hear. Not sure what mods I put on these that's making these just not take damage, but it's way harder than it should be. Okay. I might miss that. Yeah.
No.
So lack of duration might fuck me.
Splinters of bone.
See, if I just do that, how much of this shit actually dies?
Too much clutter.
I'm gonna go to town real quick and just vendor. We need to make up for all the money I've spent. I feel like I should be trying to go faster, but all at the same time, like I'm actually watching my minions and seeing what they do. And I'm in at 16 with some bad mods, so yeah.
Of course.
Maybe I should just, you know, be comfortable with the fact that I'm kind of playing slowly. That's going to be more fun right now. Good vibes. Alright. I'm the most squishy when I first walk into a zone. is this last mob? Oh. This is fairly slow, I feel. Done so far.
None can oppose me.
I like it though. Coming up on the boss fight. Go to town real quick. Dirt. Gotta make that money.
Yes.
My gold above 100,000.
Time is of the essence.
Coffee. So I need a keybind again for make minion move. So that was fairly slow.
No.
It mostly worked though. I think that boss was a little simple though. A little easy.
Go on.
But I didn't just kill myself thanks to leech. So I guess that's the answer. What's a note? in this context.
Indeed.
What can I do for you? Time is not.
Yes.
Oh, nodes. Okay. Yeah. So Unearth was not dying with this much health and everything else I have, but I'm at a lack of duration right now for the minions. So I really need these 3 nodes. So I think I need to take these 3 points out, at the very least.
Go on.
I think I have to leave this one in. I think I need to get this point as well.
I must keep calculating.
They were at 30. Now they are at 40. Okay, so that was 10 seconds more. That's probably going to make them way better. Yeah, not being able to change runes is sad. Kinda get it. Coffee's not great. Alright, so they survived. Let's go. Dude, I'm just gonna... I hate Fortress as a map. I hate it. I just die to the dumbest shit every time. It's never like... Oof. Maybe it was Forge. Forge and Fortress, yeah, because Forge is... Yeah, both of them. I just like walk along and then I just... You know, I AFK for like 2 seconds and I'm dead. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like reading loot. Alright. Wait, what? Wasn't that the one I just did? Did I do a different one there? Pick up the fucking cap. Oh, my minions. Destroy. Good, I thought all my minions were their enemies. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Splinters of bone! How useful! I think not.
I do wish when you used an offering skill, it didn't reset the cooldown. That would be a good fix. So imagine if you were fighting and like, okay, you want to penalize, you know, your mobs dying as a respawn, but when I pain offering something, I'm choosing when it dies,
Time is of the essence.
right? So like, it's not like it randomly got killed. I know this boss fight. I think. Alright, let's go.
One still lives. For now. Splinters of bone!
Okay, my minions aren't even attacking him. That's a problem. I mean, not that big a problem.
It's about time.
Well, on the plus side, that boss is not hard. He melted. Yeah, so
Indeed.
like this.
Greetings. Greetings.
Damn, I got tier 15 maps. Good, so Gorespite works the way everyone thought it should work, Calastia. Thanks, somebody, for testing it. Good job. Oh, sorry, not somebody, someone. Dude, that's someone. I would assume Overflow buffed it, so... because that seemed thematic. That's one of the reasons I cared so much about staying Overflowed, is I just assumed it worked with Overflow. If that's unprecedented from PoE 1, well, Overflow didn't exist in PoE 1 either, so... all item drops are corrupted. Twitch stopped streaming. Hold on. I see it on Twitch. Did it just hiccup and come back? I see myself live. Can anyone else confirm that it's not just his client? It works? Okay. Okay. Cool.
Image.
Yeah, so my clear speed, I think, is, all things compared, pretty terrible right now. But dude, the power fantasy, passing the vibe check. What does control do for F5? And F5 is basic refresh. Is control F5 like super refresh? No cache refresh, yeah, makes sense. Figured it was something like that. So, Colostia, did you see any of my build stuff before I came up with Spirit Wave? When I was doing River of the Dead? Or did you just find me when I started doing Spirit Wave stuff in like Season 5? I wasn't really streaming.
No. None can oppose me.
Back to the town.
Speak. Go. Speak.
Gotcha.
Go.
Double audio? Do you have me open in both windows? Yeah, so it was afterwards. So before I made Spirit Wave and was super successful, I made a build that used Army of the Dead to get Blood Orbs via Embalmer, and it was just like way slower than Spirit Wave. It was still relatively quick. It used a Black River and some other stuff. And that's kind of where I feel like I'm at now, where it's like not game-breakingly good. It's just kind of there. It's interesting. Doesn't have everything it needs. But it's nifty, and I'm enjoying the pacing. Monsters are immune to physical damage. Fuck. Need to avoid that.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Samuel? Sure. Get some minions back up. So, you need 120 spirit to run both curses. Oh, do you have double curse? Yeah, you need this node. You need Whispers of Doom, or Blasphemy won't work. For 2.
Another corpse to serve. Splinters of bone. No.
No. Oh, wait. You could be right. Do I have my own stream playing? Nope.
What is it?
Worthless.
Indeed.
What does the Grand Spectrum do? I kind of wish this warrior summoned by these scepters would spawn 2, and then you could allocate more. That would be really great.
Go on.
Like, there's just... Scepters just had something that said, you know, you can use grants, you know, warrior minion with 2 free charges. Yeah. And then you could just allocate more.
Go on. Of course.
Alright, I'm nervous. This is a breach, it's a boss, it's a bunch of things. I should probably not do a super rippy thing here. Do I have a good one? Monsters are armored is kind of bad. Filled ground is annoying. Let's do that. Okay, so there's that. Okay, my minions have is 38 resist, 58 fire, 78 fire. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Fortress. This map can lag me a bit. And that tilts me and then I die.
Too soon. Now.
I need to use Corpse Explosion more, as much as I like these guys. I'm thinking like, okay, how do I test? I'm like, okay, I'm past the point where I need to test their functionality and I just need to play. My mana's low. Oh, I found a breach.
Splinters of bone. Is my power to wield. A gift from fate.
Okay. My minions would just like not move. I couldn't even see what they were attacking. What kind of a problem? I don't think I did that super well. That was interesting though. Usually breaches are a lot more scary because enemies end up just like completely swarming you. Like they'll leap at you and then you can't do anything because they're like already on top of you, right? But that was actually really cozy, being in the middle of that. I just don't think I cleared nearly enough. Didn't get them to move.
Time is of the essence.
This is just garbage, right? Yeah.
What can I do for you? I'll be here, waiting.
Oh, it's gonna be this part. I have not fought this boss again.
Well, if it isn't the traitor herself. Let's get this over with.
Oh god, this lag is making it hard to track where she is. Okay, to find her. That's not a good sign. So my minions are just like not at all able to stay alive here. Oh god, this lag. Dude, I was getting like seasick from this fight because it was choppy as fuck. But yeah, that was horrible damage. Yeah. Well, I think Unearth is just about where it's at. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it do more damage. Badge. But it does feel very cozy for clearing. The Chaos Poison debuff is, I think, what deleted all my minions. And Sacrifice plus Unearth is just not working unless I get meat recycling. Or I further lose damage. But they weren't doing it. They weren't doing enough damage to matter on the boss is the problem. Like even if I spent more effort into them. I think the persistence tax is too big.
Speak. Go.
Without it, they're going to be back to 30 seconds. I think I need different jewels. Minions also just need like 40% more moves. Oh, I don't have this duration? That's a big one. Huge loss. Oh. Or this. Oh, I thought I had this note allocated too. Okay, so my passive tree is more fucked up than I thought. Because I'd move stuff around. Okay, so that's a big damage loss I've been having.
Speak.
Alright, so I can get these. I might those out and then put these over here. That solves one of the, adds a little bit more corpses. Extra duration here. Really want extra duration on. Pick a weapon set 2 anywhere else. Oh. I have 3 regular points. One of them can be this. Hmm. Oh, I do have these points in. Okay. Not obvious. Little red line. Alright.
Now their strategy.
There we go. So they are in. Blind. Oh, crit damage is actually way more valuable now that I don't have Gore Spike. Way more valuable. Probably drop 2 points out of that. Move them here. That.
Go on.
Universal points now. Probably just gonna be crit damage. I just need tons of crit damage now. This minion is big. Personal damage doesn't matter. I can get. That was a pretty big amount of crit change.
Now their strategy.
I'm going to try warriors again. The warriors group up more. Does anyone know if minion instability stacks with, like Detonate Dead?
Feast on flesh.
Let's go here. Let me put corpse conservation. Let me try this on Unearth. So Unearth will have a 50% chance to not use the corpse of these warriors so I can get like a ton of them.
think not.
What is it? Of course.
What? Did they go? Wait, what? How did I miss this mob?
None can oppose me.
Yes.
I must keep.
Yes. Indeed.
Okay, so it's kind of working. I think I need that 25% respawn rate. Too many random deaths. Really rough. Grab though. Like 12 seconds sacrifice. Pretty bad. Alternatives. There's 3 points for 15.
Speak.
That makes more sense. Alright, cool. Theoretically, I could get to here. Does put me here, which is nice. Do that. Lost some big energy shield though. But now my respawn time on my minions is 8 from 12. duration is now 31 seconds. Probably like under just 30. Go here. Alright folks, I'm going to be going at in about 20 minutes. I'll be gone for an hour, and I don't think I'm going to stream when I get back.
Get out of my way.
Ooh, fuck.
More mana.
Good God. That was very spooky. I think monsters have like 80% skill speed or something right now. They're so fast.
More mana.
I need to read what these mods are.
Splinters of bone.
Alright. 82% more monster life. 35% increased like attack, cast, move speed-ish. Extra chaos damage. Chance to bleed, poison. Yeah, this is a very rippy map. Oh, walked in front of my minions. Died. Oh, yeah. Alright, so losing or spike. Alright, I have some thoughts before as I wrap up for today's stream. Swapping to leech didn't really save me. Losing Gore Spike was actually quite a bit of damage. So with 5,000 HP, it was... If I do 260% bonus, right? 5,200 HP is how much I have? That was 130 bonus damage. 130 plus 360? Whoop. It was a 36% damage on crit loss, and since I could get it to 100% crit, it was pretty noticeable. All this for minions that still... They were dying too quick in a lot of situations. I have to invest these 5 points. Even with this, the respawn rate is too slow. The clerics don't work properly. As in, they won't try to... They resurrect they resurrect things they see die immediately, but if they're not there with their cooldown ready, the moment the thing dies, they won't try to re-resurrect the thing 5 seconds later. Not on their table. So that's a problem. We have to go all the way down here to try to make it work, and all of these points are coming out of Bonestorm right now. We could literally just run like blasts at me and like temporal chains or enfeeble as a layer. I did drop a little bit more energy shield than I should have there, but that corner, I think I was just gonna die regardless. Too many hits all at once. And I've had to drop so much just like mana stuff. So I think this Dark Defiler is just not going to work out. Sad. Real sad. Minions need at least another like 25 move speed for them to get in position. And I died right there because I ran out in front of them and got one tapped because they're not doing their job as being meat shields. Unless I like constantly manage that, and even then, pretty sure I'm spamming, they'll still fall behind me eventually, especially when we start getting around terrain. And the game lags. It doesn't know what to do if you're spamming it. So. Ooh. I think I just go back to Bonestorm. Back to the drawing board, take all of these green points out. I mean, I could just... Well, if I do detonate dead, simply just a matter of, the problem, I guess with the detonate dead, I could use these for slot 2. A bunch of minion health. Trying to see if there's any weapon swap stuff I could do that's interesting. When you weapon swap, it does update your health. So I could have a bunch of health nodes and detonate dead. But I would still want all of this crit stuff. I don't need this node as detonate dead. And I don't really need this node. Nice for a little bit of crit. But I could have these 3 nodes still be red. I need these crit nodes for detonate dead. But then I could have detonate dead, have corpse conservation. Yeah. Well, all of the minion health nodes I can use for swap. Because the moment you swap with Spirit Reserving... Fuck. Couldn't tell my alarm. Alright, so I gotta go in like 5 minutes. I could set all these health nodes for detonate dead. And when I swap weapons, like if I have... let's say these are brutes, right? And I have 2 minions. And I'll start to, and I want to use detonate dead, right? Watch what happens to them if I swap detonate dead. Be on slot 2. Right? I'm gonna press it once and look at all these other minions that suddenly just appear. And then I go back to Bonestorming. And then I detonate dead. Now they won't get that free respawn unless you're out of combat. I think this is what I'm gonna do. And not have my minion. Yeah, so these warriors are gonna be brutes. That's what I was saying, like just pretend these are brutes for a second. So I'm not gonna have them summoned until I go to press detonate dead. Because then they're always gonna spawn around me. And I'll always have them. Make sense? And if you have different minion types, when you swap weapons, it'll bypass the reforming minions thing sometimes. So you'll just always have it. So that's going to be my next swap, is Detonate Dead. And I'm going to try to do some quirky weapon swap thing to make it more advantageous than... Alright guys, see ya! Good, thanks for watching me, and all that. See ya, Sam Hung. See ya, John Johnson.